Nothing. About that man. You found the scoundrel out. Did you get within arm's length of him? I told my brother of the struggle with Mannion in the square. He heard me almost with his former schoolboy delight, when I had succeeded, to his satisfaction, in a feat of strength or activity. He jumped off the bed, and seized both my hands in his strong grasp, his face radiant, his eyes sparkling. Shake hands, Basil. Shake hands, as we haven't shaken hands yet. This makes amends for everything. One word more, though, about that fellow. Where is he now? In the hospital. Ralph laughed heartily, and jumped back on the bed. I remembered Mannion's letter, and shuddered as I thought of it. The next question is about the girl, said my brother. What has become of her? Where was she all the time of your illness? At her father's house. She is there still. Ah, yes. I see, the old story, innocent, of course. And her father backs her, doesn't he? To be sure, that's the old story too. I have got at our difficulty now. We are threatened with an exposure, if you don't acknowledge her. Wait a minute. Have you any evidence against her, besides your own? I have a letter, a long letter from her accomplice, containing a confession of his guilt and hers. She is sure to call that confession a conspiracy. It's of no use to us, unless we dared to go to law, and we daren't. We must hush the thing up at any price, or it will be the death of my father. This is a case for money, just as I thought it would be. Mr. and Miss Shopkeeper have got a large assortment of silence to sell, and we must buy it of them, over the domestic counter, at so much a yard. Have you been there yet, Basil, to ask the price and strike the bargain? I was at the house, yesterday. The deuce you were. And who did you see? The father. Did you bring him to terms? Did you do business with Mr. Shopkeeper? His manner was brutal, his language, the language of a bully. So much the better. Those men are easiest dealt with. If he will only fly into a passion with me, I engage for success beforehand. But the end, how did it end? As it began, in threats on his part, in endurance on mine. Ah, we'll see how he likes my endurance next. He'll find it rather a different sort of endurance from yours. By the by, Basil, what money had you to offer him? I made no offer to him then. Circumstances happened which rendered me incapable of thinking of it. I intended to go there again, today, and if money would bribe him to silence, and save my family from sharing the dishonor which has fallen on me, to abandon to him the only money I have of my own, the little income left me by our mother. Do you mean to say that your only resource is in that wretched trifle, and that you ever really intend to let it go, and start in the world without a rap? Do you mean to say that my father gave you up without making the smallest provision for you, in such a mess as yours? Hang it! Do him justice. He has been hard enough on you, I know, but he can't have coolly turned you over to ruin in that way. He offered me money, at parting, but with such words of contempt and insult that I would have died rather than take it. I told him that, unaided by his purse, I would preserve him, and preserve his family from the infamous consequences of my calamity, though I sacrificed my own happiness and my own honor forever in doing it. And I go today to make that sacrifice. The loss of the little I have to depend on, is the least part of it. He may not see his injustice in doubting me, till too late, but he shall see it. I beg your pardon, Basil, but this is almost as great an insanity, as the insanity of your marriage. I honor the independence of your principle, my dear fellow, but, while I am to the fore, I'll take good care that you don't ruin yourself gratuitously, for the sake of any principles whatever. Just listen to me, now. In the first place, remember that what my father said to you, he said in a moment of violent exasperation. You had been trampling the pride of his life in the mud. No man likes that, my father least of any. And, as for the offer of your poor little morsel of an income to stop these people's greedy mouths, it isn't a quarter enough for them. They know our family is a wealthy family, and they will make their demand accordingly. Any other sacrifice, even to taking the girl back, though you never could bring yourself to do that, would be of no earthly use. Nothing but money will do, money cunningly doled out, under the strongest possible stipulations. Now, I'm just the man to do that, and I have got the money, or, rather, my father has, which comes to the same thing. Write me the fellow's name and address. There's no time to be lost, I'm off to see him at once. I can't allow you, Ralph, to ask my father for what I would not ask him myself. Give me the name and address, or you will sour my excellent temper for the rest of my life. Your obstinacy won't do with me, Basil. It didn't at school, and it won't now. I shall ask my father for money for myself, and use as much of it as I think proper for your interests. He'll give me anything I want, now I have turned good boy. I don't owe £50, since my last debts were paid off, thanks to Mrs. Ralph, who is the most managing woman in the world. By the by, when you see her, don't seem surprised at her being older than I am. Oh. This is the address, is it? Hollyoake Square. Where the devil's that? Never mind, I'll take a cab, and shift the responsibility of finding the place on the driver. Keep up your spirits, and wait here till I come back. You shall have such news of Mr. Shopkeeper and his daughter as you little expect. Au revoir, my dear fellow, au revoir. He left the room as rapidly as he had entered it. The minute afterwards, I remembered that I ought to have warned him of the fatal illness of Mrs. Sherwin. She might be dying, dead for aught I knew, when he reached the house. I ran to the window, to call him back. It was too late. Ralph was gone. Even if he were admitted at North Villa, would he succeed? I was little capable of estimating the chances. The unexpectedness of his visit, the strange mixture of sympathy and levity in his manner, of worldly wisdom and boyish folly in his conversation, appeared to be still confusing me in his absence, just as they had confused me in his presence. My thoughts imperceptibly wandered away from Ralph, and the mission he had undertaken on my behalf, to a subject which seemed destined, for the future, to steal on my attention, irresistibly and darkly, in all my lonely hours. Already, the fatality denounced against me in Mannion's letter had begun to act, already, that terrible confession of past misery and crime, that monstrous declaration of enmity which was to last with the lasting of life, began to exercise its numbing influence on my faculties, to cast its blighting shadow over my heart. I opened the letter again, and reread the threats against me at its conclusion. One by one, the questions now arose in my mind: how can I resist, or how escape the vengeance of this evil spirit? How shun the dread deformity of that face, which is to appear before me in secret? How silence that fiend's tongue, or make harmless the poison which it will pour drop by drop into my life? When should I first look for that avenging presence, now, or not till months hence? Where should I first see it? In the house, or in the street? At what time would it steal to my side? By night, or by day? Should I show the letter to Ralph, it would be useless. What would avail any advice or assistance which his reckless courage could give, against an enemy who combined the ferocious vigilance of a savage with the far-sighted iniquity of a civilized man? As this last thought crossed my mind, I hastily closed the letter, determining, alas, how vainly, never to open it again. Almost at the same instant, I heard another knock at the house door. Could Ralph have returned already? Impossible. Besides, the knock was very different from his. It was only just loud enough to be audible where I now sat. Mannion. But would he come thus? Openly, fairly, in the broad daylight, through the populous street? A light, quick step ascended the stairs, my heart bounded, I started to my feet. It was the same step which I used to listen for, and love to hear, in my illness. I ran to the door, and opened it. My instinct had not deceived me. It was my sister. "Basil," she exclaimed, before I could speak, "has Ralph been here?" "Yes, love, yes." "Where has he gone? What has he done for you?" "He promised me, and he has kept his promise nobly, Clara. He is away helping me now." "Thank God, thank God." She sank breathless into a chair, as she spoke. Oh, the pang of looking at her at that moment, and seeing how she was changed, seeing the dimness and weariness of the gentle eyes, the fear and the sorrow that had already overshadowed the bright young face. "I shall be better directly," she said, guessing from my expression what I then felt, "but, seeing you in this strange place, after what happened yesterday, and having come here so secretly, in terror of my father finding it out, I can't help feeling your altered position and mine a little painfully at first. But we won't complain, as long as I can get here sometimes to see you. We will only think of the future now. What a mercy, what a happiness it is that Ralph has come back. We have always done him injustice. He is far kinder and far better than we ever thought him. But, Basil, how worn and ill you are looking. Have you not told Ralph everything? Are you in any danger? None, Clara, none, indeed. Don't grieve too deeply about yesterday. Try and forget that horrible parting, and all that brought it about. He has not spoken of it since, except to tell me that I must never know more of your fault and your misfortune, than the little, the very little, I know already. And I have resolved not to think about it, as well as not to ask about it, for the future. I have a hope already, Basil, very, very far off fulfillment, but still a hope. Can you not think what it is? Your hope is far off fulfillment, indeed, Clara, if it is hope from my father. Hush, don't say so, I know better. Something occurred, even so soon as last night, a very trifling event, but enough to show that he thinks of you, already, in grief far more than in anger. I wish I could believe it, love, but my remembrance of yesterday, don't trust that remembrance, don't recall it. I will tell you what occurred. Some time after you had gone, and after I had recovered myself a little in my own room, I went downstairs again to see my father, for I was too terrified and too miserable at what had happened, to be alone. He was not in his room when I got there. As I looked round me for a moment, I saw the pieces of your page in the book about our family, scattered on the floor, and the miniature likeness of you, when you were a child, was lying among the other fragments. It had been torn out of its setting in the paper, but not injured. I picked it up, Basil, and put it on the table, at the place where he always sits, and laid my own little locket, with your hair in it, by the side, so that he might know that the miniature had not been accidentally taken up and put there by the servant. Then, I gathered together the pieces of the page and took them away with me, thinking it better that he should not see them again. Just as I had got through the door that leads into the library, and was about to close it, I heard the other door, by which you enter the study from the hall, opening, and he came in, and went directly to the table. His back was towards me, so I could look at him unperceived. He observed the miniature directly and stood quite still with it in his hand, then sighed so bitterly, and then took the portrait of our dear mother from one of the drawers of the table, opened the case in which it is kept, and put your miniature inside, very gently and tenderly. I could not trust myself to see any more, so I went up to my room again, and shortly afterwards he came in with my locket, and gave it me back, only saying, "You left this on my table, Clara." But if you had seen his face then, you would have hoped all things from him in the time to come, as I hope now. And as I will hope, Clara, though it be from no stronger motive than gratitude to you. Before I left home, she proceeded, after a moment's silence, I thought of your loneliness in this strange place, knowing that I could seldom come to see you, and then only by stealth, by committing a fault which, if my father found it out, but we won't speak of that. I thought of your lonely hours here, and I have brought with me an old, forgotten companion of yours, to bear you company, and to keep you from thinking too constantly on what you have suffered. Look, Basil. Won't you welcome this old friend again? She gave me a small roll of manuscript, with an effort to resume her kind smile of former days, even while the tears stood thick in her eyes. I untied the leaves, glanced at the handwriting, and saw before me, once more, the first few chapters of my unfinished romance. Again I looked on the patiently labored pages, familiar relics of that earliest and best ambition which I had abandoned for love, too faithful records of the tranquil, ennobling pleasures which I had lost forever. Oh, for one thought flower now, from the dream garden of the happy past. I took more care of those leaves of writing, after you had thrown them aside, than of anything else I had said, Clara. I always thought the time would come, when you would return again to the occupation which it was once your greatest pleasure to pursue, and my greatest pleasure to watch. And surely that time has arrived. I am certain, Basil, your book will help you to wait patiently for happier times, as nothing else can. This place must seem very strange and lonely, but the sight of those pages, and the sight of me sometimes, when I can come, may make it look almost like home to you. The room is not very. She stopped suddenly. I saw her lip tremble, and her eyes grow dim again, as she looked round her. When I tried to speak all the gratitude I felt, she turned away quickly, and began to busy herself in rearranging the wretched furniture, in setting in order the glaring ornaments on the chimney-piece, in hiding the holes in the ragged window curtains, in changing, as far as she could, all the tawdry discomfort of my one miserable little room. She was still absorbed in this occupation, when the church clocks of the neighborhood struck the hour that warned her to stay no longer. I must go, she said, it is later than I thought. Don't be afraid about my getting home. Old Martha came here with me, and is waiting downstairs to go back. You know we can trust her. Write to me as often as you can. I shall hear about you every day, from Ralph, but I should like a letter sometimes, as well. Be as hopeful and as patient yourself, dear, under misfortune, as you wish me to be, and I shall despair of nothing. Don't tell Ralph I have been here, he might be angry. I will come again, the first opportunity. Goodbye, Basil. Let us try and part happily, in the hope of better days. Goodbye, dear, goodbye, only for the present. Her self-possession nearly failed her, as she kissed me, and then turned to the door. She just signed to me not to follow her downstairs, and, without looking round again, hurried from the room. It was well for the preservation of our secret, that she had so resolutely refrained from delaying her departure. She had been gone but for a few minutes. The lovely and consoling influence of her presence was still fresh in my heart. I was still looking sadly over the once precious pages of manuscript which she had restored to me, when Ralph returned from North Villa. I heard him leaping, rather than running, up the rickety wooden stairs. He burst into my room more impetuously than ever. "All right," he said, jumping back to his former place on the bed. We can buy Mr. Shopkeeper for anything we like, for nothing at all, if we choose to be stingy. His innocent daughter has made the best of all confessions, just at the right time. Basil, my boy, she has left her father's house. What do you mean? She has eloped to the hospital. Mannion. Yes, Mannion, I have got his letter to her. She is criminated by it, even past her father's contradiction, and he doesn't stick at a trifle. But I'll begin at the beginning, and tell you everything. Hang it, Basil, you look as if I'd brought you bad news instead of good. Never mind how I look, Ralph, pray go on. Well, the first thing I heard, on getting to the house, was that Sherwin's wife was dying. The servant took in my name, but I thought of course I shouldn't be admitted. No such thing. I was let in at once, and the first words this fellow, Sherwin, said to me, were, that his wife was only ill, that the servants were exaggerating, and that he was quite ready to hear what Mr. Basil's highly respected brother, fancy calling me highly respected, had to say to him. The fool, however, as you see, was cunning enough to try civility to begin with. A more ill-looking human mongrel I never set eyes on. I took the measure of my man directly, and in 2 minutes told him exactly what I came for, without softening a single word. And how did he answer you? As I anticipated, by beginning to bluster immediately. I took him down, just as he swore his second oath. Sir, I said very politely, if you mean to make a cursing and a swearing conference of this, I think it only fair to inform you beforehand that you are likely to get the worst of it. When the whole collection of British oaths is exhausted, I can swear fluently in 5 foreign languages. I have always made it a principle to pay back abuse at compound interest, and I don't exaggerate in saying that I am quite capable of swearing you out of your senses, if you persist in setting me the example. And now, if you like to go on, pray do, I'm ready to hear you. While I was speaking, he stared at me in a state of helpless astonishment. When I had done, he began to bluster again, but it was a pompous, dignified, parliamentary sort of bluster, now, ending in his pulling your unlucky marriage certificate out of his pocket, asserting for the 50th time, that the girl was innocent, and declaring that he'd make you acknowledge her, if he went before a magistrate to do it. That's what he said when you saw him, I suppose. Yes, almost word for word. I had my answer ready for him, before he could put the certificate back in his pocket. Now, Mr. Sherwin, I said, have the goodness to listen to me. My father has certain family prejudices and nervous delicacies, which I do not inherit from him, and which I mean to take good care to prevent you from working on. At the same time, I beg you to understand that I have come here without his knowledge. I am not my father's ambassador, but my brother's, who is unfit to deal with you, himself, because he is not half hard-hearted, or half worldly enough. As my brother's envoy, therefore, and out of consideration for my father's peculiar feelings, I now offer you, from my own resources, a certain annual sum of money, far more than sufficient for all your daughter's expenses, a sum payable quarterly, on condition that neither you nor she shall molest us, that you shall never make use of our name anywhere, and that the fact of my brother's marriage, hitherto preserved a secret, shall for the future be consigned to oblivion. We keep our opinion of your daughter's guilt, you keep your opinion of her innocence. We have silence to buy, and you have silence to sell, once a quarter, and if either of us break our conditions, we both have our remedy, yours the easy remedy, ours the difficult. This arrangement, a very unfair and dangerous for us, a very advantageous and safe one for you, I understand that you finally refuse. Sir, says he, solemnly, I should be unworthy the name of a father. Thank you, I remarked, feeling that he was falling back on paternal sentiment. Thank you, I quite understand. We will get on, if you please, to the reverse side of the question. The reverse side. What reverse side, Ralph? What could you possibly say more? You shall hear. Being, on your part, thoroughly determined, I said, to permit no compromise, and to make my brother, his family of course included, acknowledge a woman, of whose guilt they entertain not the slightest doubt, you think you can gain your object by threatening an exposure. Don't threaten any more. Make your exposure. Go to the magistrate at once, if you like. Gibbet our names in the newspaper report, as a family connected by marriage with Mr. Sherwin, the linen draper's daughter, whom they believe to have disgraced herself as a woman and a wife forever. Do your very worst, make public every shameful particular that you can. What advantage will you get by it? Revenge, I grant you. But will revenge put a halfpenny into your pocket? Will revenge pay a farthing towards your daughter's keep? Will revenge make us receive her? Not a bit of it. We shall be driven into a corner, we shall have no exposure to dread after you have exposed us, we shall have no remedy left, but a desperate remedy, and we'll go to law, boldly, openly go to law, and get a divorce. We have written evidence, which you know nothing about, and can call testimony which you cannot gag. I am no lawyer, but I'll bet you 500 to 1, quite in a friendly way, my dear sir, that we get our case. What follows? We send you back your daughter, without a shred of character left to cover her, and we comfortably wash our hands of you altogether. Ralph. Ralph. How could you? Stop, hear the end of it. Of course I knew that we couldn't carry out this divorce threat, without its being the death of my father, but I thought a little quiet bullying on my part might do Mr. Shopkeeper Sherwin some good. And I was right. You never saw a man sit sorer on the sharp edges of a dilemma than he did. I stuck to my point in spite of everything, silence and money, or exposure and divorce, just which he pleased. I deny every one of your infamous imputations, said he. That's not the question, said I. I'll go to your father, said he. You won't be let in, said I. I'll write to him, said he. He won't receive your letter, said I. There we came to a pull-up. He began to stammer, and I refreshed myself with a pinch of snuff. Finding it wouldn't do, he threw off the Roman at last, and resumed the tradesman. Even supposing I consented to this abominable compromise, what is to become of my daughter? He asked. Just what becomes of other people who have comfortable annuities to live on, I answered. Affection for my deeply wronged child half inclines me to consult her wishes. Before we settle anything, I'll go upstairs, said he. And I'll wait for you down here, said I. Did he object to that? Not he. He went upstairs, and in a few minutes ran down again, with an open letter in his hand, looking as if the devil was after him before his time. At the last 3 or 4 stairs, he tripped, caught at the banisters, dropped the letter over them, in doing so, tumbled into the passage in such a fury and fright that he looked like a madman, tore his hat off a peg, and rushed out. I just heard him say his daughter should come back, if he put a straight waistcoat on her, as he passed the door. Between his tumble, his passion, and his hurry, he never thought of coming back for the letter he had dropped over the banisters. I picked it up before I went away, suspecting it might be good evidence on our side, and I was right. Read it yourself, Basil. You have every moral and legal claim on the precious document, and here it is. I took the letter, and read, in Manion's handwriting, these words, dated from the hospital: I have received your last note, and cannot wonder that you are getting impatient under restraint. But, remember, that if you had not acted as I warned you beforehand to act in case of accidents, if you had not protested innocence to your father, and preserved total silence towards your mother, if you had not kept in close retirement, behaving like a domestic martyr, and avoiding, in your character of a victim, all voluntary mention of your husband's name, your position might have been a very awkward one. Not being able to help you, the only thing I could do was to teach you how to help yourself. I gave you the lesson, and you have been wise enough to profit by it. The time has now come for a change in my plans. I have suffered a relapse, and the date of my discharge from this place is still uncertain. I doubt the security, both on your account, and on mine, of still leaving you at your father's house, to await my cure. Come to me here, therefore, tomorrow, at any hour when you can get away unperceived. You will be let in as a visitor, and shown to my bedside, if you ask for Mr. Turner, the name I have given to the hospital authorities. Through the help of a friend outside these walls, I have arranged for a lodging in which you can live undiscovered, until I am discharged and can join you. You can come here twice a week, if you like, and you had better do so, to accustom yourself to the sight of my injuries. I told you in my first letter how and where they had been inflicted. When you see them with your own eyes, you will be best prepared to hear what my future purposes are, and how you can aid them. R.M. This was evidently the letter about which I had been consulted by the servant at North Villa. The date corresponded with the date of Manion's letter to me. I noticed that the envelope was missing, and asked Ralph whether he had got it. No, he replied. Sherwin dropped the letter just in the state in which I have given it to you. I suspect the girl took away the envelope with her, thinking that the letter which she left behind her was inside. But the loss of the envelope doesn't matter. Look there, the fellow has written her name at the bottom of the leaf, as coolly as if it was an ordinary correspondence. She is identified with the letter, and that's all we want in our future dealings with her father. But, Ralph, do I think her father will get her back? If he's in time to catch her at the hospital, he assuredly will. If not, we shall have some little trouble on our side, I suspect. This seems to me to be how the matter stands now, Basil. After that letter, and her running away, Sherwin will have nothing for it but to hold his tongue about her innocence. We may consider him as settled and done with. As for the other rascal, Mannion, he certainly writes as if he meant to do something dangerous. If he really does attempt to annoy us, we will mark him again. I'll do it next time. By way of a little change, he has no marriage certificate to shake over our heads, at any rate. What's the matter now? You're looking pale again. I felt that my color was changing, while he spoke. There was something ominous in the contrast which, at that moment, I could not fail to draw between Mannion's enmity, as Ralph ignorantly estimated it, and as I really knew it. Already the first step towards the conspiracy with which I was threatened had been taken by the departure of Sherwin's daughter from her father's house. Should I, at this earliest warning of coming events, show my brother the letter I had received from Mannion? No. Such defense against the dangers threatened in it as Ralph would be sure to counsel, and to put in practice, might only include him in the lifelong persecution which menaced me. When he repeated his remark about my sudden paleness, I merely accounted for it by some commonplace excuse, and begged him to proceed. I suppose, Basil, he said, the truth is, that you can't help being a little shocked, though you could expect nothing better from the girl, at her boldly following this fellow Mannion, even to the hospital. Ralph was right. In spite of myself, this feeling was one among the many which now influenced me. Setting that aside, however, we are quite ready, I take it, to let her stick to her choice, and live just as she pleases, so long as she doesn't live under our name. There is the great fear and great difficulty now. If Sherwin can't find her, we must, otherwise, we can never feel certain that she is not incurring all sorts of debts as your wife. If her father gets her back, I shall be able to bring her to terms at North Villa. If not, I must get speech of her, wherever she happens to be hidden. She's the only thorn in our side now, and we must pull her out with gold pincers immediately. Don't you see that, Basil? I see it, Ralph. Very well. Either tonight or tomorrow morning, I'll communicate with Sherwin, and find out whether he has laid hands on her. If he hasn't, we must go to the hospital, and see what we can discover for ourselves. Don't look miserable and downhearted, Basil. I'll go with you. You needn't see her again, or the man either, but you must come with me, for I may be obliged to make use of you. And now, I'm off for today, in good earnest. I must get back to Mrs. Ralph. Unfortunately, she happens to be one of the most sensitive women in the world, or she will be sending to advertise me in the newspapers. We shall pull through this, my dear fellow, you will see we shall. By the by, you don't know of a nice little detached house in the Brompton neighborhood, do you? Most of my old theatrical friends live about there, a detached house, mind. The fact is, I have taken to the violin lately. I wonder what I shall take to next. Mrs. Ralph accompanies me on the pianoforte, and we might be an execrable nuisance to very near neighbors, that's all. You don't know of a house? Never mind. I can go to an agent, or something of that sort. Clara shall know tonight that we are moving prosperously, if I can only give the worthiest creature in the world the slip. She's a little obstinate, but, I assure you, a really superior woman. Only think of my dropping down to playing the fiddle, and paying rent and taxes in a suburban villa. How are the fast men fallen? Goodbye, Basil, goodbye. 7 The next morning, Ralph never appeared. The day passed on, and I heard nothing. At last, when it was evening, a letter came from him. The letter informed me that my brother had written to Mr. Sherwin, simply asking whether he had recovered his daughter. The answer to this question did not arrive till late in the day, and was in the negative. Mr. Sherwin had not found his daughter. She had left the hospital before he got there, and no one could tell him whither she had gone. His language and manner, as he himself admitted, had been so violent that he was not allowed to enter the ward where Mannion lay. When he returned home, he found his wife at the point of death, and on the same evening she expired. Ralph described his letter as the letter of a man half out of his senses. He only mentioned his daughter, to declare, in terms almost of fury, that he would accuse her before his wife's surviving relatives of having been the cause of her mother's death, and called down the most terrible denunciations on his own head, if he ever spoke to his child again, though he should see her starving before him in the streets. In a postscript, Ralph informed me that he would call the next morning, and concert measures for tracking Sherwin's daughter to her present retreat. Every sentence in this letter bore warning of the crisis which was now close at hand, yet I had as little of the desire as of the power to prepare for it. A superstitious conviction that my actions were governed by a fatality which no human foresight could alter or avoid, began to strengthen within me. From this time forth, I awaited events with the uninquiring patience, the helpless resignation of despair. My brother came, punctual to his appointment. When he proposed that I should at once accompany him to the hospital, I never hesitated at doing as he desired. We reached our destination, and Ralph approached the gates to make his first enquiries. He was still speaking to the porter, when a gentleman advanced towards them, on his way out of the hospital. I saw him recognize my brother, and heard Ralph exclaim, "Bernard! Jack Bernard! Have you come to England, of all the men in the world?" "Why not?" was the answer. "I got every surgical testimonial the Hotel Dieu could give me, 6 months ago, and couldn't afford to stay in Paris only for my pleasure. Do you remember calling me a mute, inglorious Liston long ago, when we last met? Well, I have come to England to soar out of my obscurity and blaze into a shining light of the profession. Plenty of practice at the hospital, here, very little anywhere else, I am sorry to say. You don't mean that you belong to this hospital? My dear fellow, I am regularly on the staff, I'm here every day of my life. You're the very man to enlighten us. Here, Basil, cross over, and let me introduce you to an old Paris friend of mine. Mr. Bernard, my brother. You've often heard me talk, Basil, of a younger son of old Sir William Bernard's, who preferred a cure of bodies to a cure of souls, and actually insisted on working in a hospital when he might have idled in a family living. This is the man, the best of doctors and good fellows. Are you bringing your brother to the hospital to follow my mad example? Asked Mr. Bernard, as he shook hands with me. Not exactly, Jack. But we really have an object in coming here. Can you give us 10 minutes talk, somewhere in private? We want to know about one of your patients. He led us into an empty room, on the ground floor of the building. Leave the matter in my hands, whispered Ralph to me, as we sat down. I'll find out everything. Now, Bernard, he said, you have a man here, who calls himself Mr. Turner. Are you a friend of that mysterious patient? Wonderful. The students call him the Great Mystery of London, and I begin to think the students are right. Do you want to see him? When he has not got his green shade on, he's rather a startling sight, I can tell you, for unprofessional eyes. No, no, at least, not at present, my brother here, not at all. The fact is, certain circumstances have happened which oblige us to look after this man, and which I am sure you won't inquire into, when I tell you that it is our interest to keep them secret. Certainly not. Then, without any more words about it, our object here, today, is to find out everything we can about Mr. Turner, and the people who have been to see him. Did a woman come, the day before yesterday? Yes, and behaved rather oddly, I believe. I was not here when she came, but was told she asked for Turner, in a very agitated manner. She was directed to the Victoria ward, where he is, and when she got there, looked excessively flurried and excited, seeing the ward quite full, and, perhaps, not being used to hospitals. However it was, though the nurse pointed out the right bed to her, she ran in a mighty hurry to the wrong one. I understand, said Ralph, just as some women run into the wrong omnibus, when the right one is straight before them. Exactly. Well, she only discovered her mistake, the room being rather dark, after she had stooped down close over the stranger, who was lying with his head away from her. By that time, the nurse was at her side, and led her to the right bed. There, I'm told, another scene happened. At sight of the patient's face, which is very frightfully disfigured, she was on the point, as the nurse thought, of going into a fit, but Turner stopped her in an instant. He just laid his hand on her arm, and whispered something to her, and, though she turned as pale as ashes, she was quiet directly. The next thing they say he did, was to give her a slip of paper, coolly directing her to go to the address written on it, and to come back to the hospital again, as soon as she could show a little more resolution. She went away at once, nobody knows where. Has nobody asked where? Yes, a fellow who said he was her father, and who behaved like a madman. He came here about an hour after she had left, and wouldn't believe that we knew nothing about her. How the deuce should we know anything? He threatened Turner, whom, by the by, he called Manning, or some such name, in such an outrageous manner, that we were obliged to refuse him admission. Turner himself will give no information on the subject, but I suspect that his injuries are the result of a quarrel with the father about the daughter, a pretty savage quarrel, I must say. Looking to the consequences, I beg your pardon, but your brother seems ill. I'm afraid, turning to me, you find the room rather close. No, indeed, not at all. I have just recovered from a serious illness, but pray go on. I have very little more to say. The father went away in a fury, just as he came. The daughter has not yet made her appearance a second time. But, after what was reported to me of the first interview, I dare say she will come. She must, if she wants to see Turner. He won't be out, I suspect, for another fortnight. He has been making himself worse by perpetually writing letters. We were rather afraid of erysipelas, but he'll get over that danger, I think. About the woman, said Ralph, it is of the greatest importance that we should know where she is now living. Is there any possibility, we will pay well for it, of getting some sharp fellow to follow her home from this place, the next time she comes here? Mr. Bernard hesitated a moment, and considered. I think I can manage it for you with the porter, after you are gone, he said, provided you leave me free to give any remuneration I may think necessary. Anything in the world, my dear fellow. Have you got pen and ink? I'll write down my brother's address. You can communicate results to him, as soon as they occur. While Mr. Bernard went to the opposite end of the room, in search of writing materials, Ralph whispered to me, if he wrote to my address, Mrs. Ralph might see the letter. She is the most amiable of her sex, but if written information of a woman's residence, directed to me, fell into her hands, you understand, Basil. Besides, it will be easy to let me know, the moment you hear from Jack. Look up, young one. It's all right, we are sailing with wind and tide. Here Mr. Bernard brought us pen and ink. While Ralph was writing my address, his friend said to me, I hope you will not suspect me of wishing to intrude on your secrets, if, assuming your interest in Turner to be the reverse of a friendly interest, I warn you to look sharply after him when he leaves the hospital. Either there has been madness in his family, or his brain has suffered from his external injuries. Legally, he may be quite fit to be at large, for he will be able to maintain the appearance of perfect self-possession in all the ordinary affairs of life. But, morally, I am convinced that he is a dangerous monomaniac, his mania being connected with some fixed idea which evidently never leaves him day or night. I would lay a heavy wager that he dies in a prison or a madhouse. And I'll lay another wager, if he's mad enough to annoy us, that we are the people to shut him up, said Ralph. There is the address. And now, we needn't waste your time any longer. I have taken a little place at Brompton. Jack, you and Basil must come and dine with me, as soon as the carpets are down. We left the room. As we crossed the hall, a gentleman came forward, and spoke to Mr. Bernard. That man's fever in the Victoria ward has declared itself at last, he said. This morning the new symptoms have appeared. And what do they indicate? Typhus of the most malignant character, not a doubt of it. Come up, and look at him. I saw Mr. Bernard start, and glance quickly at my brother. Ralph fixed his eyes searchingly on his friend's face, exclaimed, Victoria Ward, why you mentioned that, and then stopped, with a very strange and sudden alteration in his expression. The next moment he drew Mr. Bernard aside, saying, I want to ask you whether the bed in Victoria Ward, occupied by this man whose fever has turned to typhus, is the same bed, or near the bed which, the rest of the sentence was lost to me as they walked away. After talking together in whispers for a few moments, they rejoined me. Mr. Bernard was explaining the different theories of infection to Ralph. My notion, he said, is that infection is taken through the lungs, one breath inhaled from the infected atmosphere hanging immediately around the diseased person, and generally extending about a foot from him, being enough to communicate his malady to the breather, provided there exists, at the time, in the individual exposed to catch the malady, a constitutional predisposition to infection. This predisposition we know to be greatly increased by mental agitation, or bodily weakness, but, in the case we have been talking of, he looked at me, the chances of infection or non-infection may be equally balanced. At any rate, I can predict nothing about them at this stage of the discovery. You will write the moment you hear anything, said Ralph, shaking hands with him. The very moment. I have your brother's address safe in my pocket. We separated. Ralph was unusually silent and serious on our way back. He took leave of me at the door of my lodging, very abruptly, without referring again to our visit to the hospital. A week passed away, and I heard nothing from Mr. Bernard. During this interval, I saw little of my brother. He was occupied in moving into his new house. Towards the latter part of the week, he came to inform me that he was about to leave London for a few days. My father had asked him to go to the family house, in the country, on business connected with the local management of the estates. Ralph still retained all his old dislike of the steward's accounts and the lawyer's consultations, but he felt bound, out of gratitude for my father's special kindness to him since his return to England, to put a constraint on his own inclinations, and go to the country as he was desired. He did not expect to be absent more than 2 or 3 days, but earnestly charged me to write to him, if I had any news from the hospital while he was away. During the week, Clara came twice to see me, escaping from home by stealth, as before. On each occasion, she showed the same affectionate anxiety to set me an example of cheerfulness, and to sustain me in hope. I saw, with a sorrow and apprehension which I could not altogether conceal from her, that the weary look in her face had never changed, never diminished since I had first observed it. Ralph had, from motives of delicacy, avoided increasing the hidden anxieties which were but too evidently preying upon her health, by keeping her in perfect ignorance of our visit to the hospital, and, indeed, of the particulars of all our proceedings since his return. I took care to preserve the same secrecy, during her short interviews with me. She bade me farewell after her 3rd visit, with a sadness which she vainly endeavored to hide. I little thought, then, that the tones of her sweet, clear voice had fallen on my ear for the last time, before I wandered to the far west of England where I now write. At the end of the week, it was on a Saturday, I remember, I left my lodgings early in the morning, to go into the country, with no intention of returning before evening. I had felt a sense of oppression, on rising, which was almost unendurable. The perspiration stood thick on my forehead, though the day was not unusually hot. The air of London grew harder and harder to breathe, with every minute. My heart felt tightened to bursting, my temples throbbed with fever fury, my very life seemed to depend on escaping into pure air, into some place where there was shade from trees, and water that ran cool and refreshing to look on. So I set forth, careless in what direction I went, and remained in the country all day. Evening was changing into night as I got back to London. I inquired of the servant at my lodging, when she let me in, whether any letter had arrived for me. She answered, that one had come just after I had gone out in the morning, and that it was lying on my table. My first glance at it showed me Mr. Bernard's name written in the corner of the envelope. I eagerly opened the letter, and read these words: Private. Friday. My dear Sir, on the enclosed slip of paper you will find the address of the young woman, of whom your brother spoke to me when we met at the hospital. I regret to say, that the circumstances under which I have obtained information of her residence, are of the most melancholy nature. The plan which I arranged for discovering her abode, in accordance with your brother's suggestion, proved useless. The young woman never came to the hospital a second time. Her address was given to me this morning, by Turner himself, who begged that I would visit her professionally, as he had no confidence in the medical man who was then in attendance on her. Many circumstances combined to make my compliance with his request anything but easy or desirable, but knowing that you, or your brother I ought, perhaps, rather to say, were interested in the young woman, I determined to take the very earliest opportunity of seeing her, and consulting with her medical attendant. I could not get to her till late in the afternoon. When I arrived, I found her suffering from one of the worst attacks of typhus I ever remember to have seen, and I think it my duty to state candidly that I believe her life to be in imminent danger. At the same time, it is right to inform you that the gentleman in attendance on her does not share my opinion. He still thinks there is a good chance of saving her. There can be no doubt whatever that she was infected with typhus at the hospital. You may remember my telling you how her agitation appeared to have deprived her of self-possession when she entered the ward, and how she ran to the wrong bed before the nurse could stop her. The man whom she thus mistook for Turner was suffering from fever which had not then specifically declared itself, but which did so declare itself, as a typhus fever, on the morning when you and your brother came to the hospital. This man's disorder must have been infectious when the young woman stooped down close over him, under the impression that he was the person she had come to see. Although she started back at once, on discovering her mistake, she had breathed the infection into her system. Her mental agitation at the time, accompanied, as I have since understood, by some physical weakness, rendering her specially liable to the danger to which she had accidentally exposed herself. Since the first symptoms of her disease appeared, on Saturday last, I cannot find that any error has been committed in the medical treatment, as reported to me. I remained some time by her bedside today, observing her. The delirium which is, more or less, an invariable result of typhus, is particularly marked in her case, and manifests itself both by speech and gesture. It has been found impossible to quiet her, by any means hitherto tried. While I was watching by her, she never ceased calling on your name, and entreating to see you. I am informed by her medical attendant, that her wanderings have almost invariably taken this direction for the last 24 hours. Occasionally she mixes other names with yours, and mentions them in terms of abhorrence, but her persistency in calling for your presence is so remarkable that I am tempted, merely from what I have heard myself, to suggest that you really should go to her, on the bare chance that you might exercise some tranquilizing influence. At the same time, if you fear infection, or for any private reasons, into which I have neither the right nor the wish to inquire, feel unwilling to take the course I have pointed out, do not by any means consider it your duty to accede to my proposal. I can conscientiously assure you that duty is not involved in it. I have, however, another suggestion to make, which is of a positive nature, and which I am sure will meet with your approval. It is, that her parents, or some of her other relations, if her parents are not alive, should be informed of her situation. Possibly, you may know something of her connections, and can therefore do this good office. She is dying in a strange place, among people who avoid her as they would avoid a pestilence. Even though it be only to bury her, some relation ought to be immediately summoned to her bedside. I shall visit her twice tomorrow, in the morning and at night. If you are not willing to risk seeing her, and I repeat that it is in no sense imperative that you should combat such unwillingness, perhaps you will communicate with me at my private address. I remain, dear sir, faithfully yours, John Bernard. P.S. I open my letter again, to inform you that Turner, acting against all advice, has left the hospital today. He attempted to go on Tuesday last, when, I believe, he first received information of the young woman's serious illness, but was seized with a violent attack of giddiness, on attempting to walk, and fell down just outside the door of the ward. On this second occasion, however, he has succeeded in getting away without any accident, as far, at least, as the persons employed about the hospital can tell. When the letter fell from my trembling hand, when I first asked of my own heart the fearful question, have I, to whom the mere thought of ever seeing this woman again has been as a pollution to shrink from, the strength to stand by her deathbed, the courage to see her die? Then, and not till then, did I really know how suffering had fortified, while it had humbled me, how affliction has the power to purify, as well as to pain. All bitter memory of the ill that she had done me, of the misery I had suffered at her hands, lost its hold on my mind. Once more, her mother's last words of earthly lament, "Oh, who will pray for her when I am gone?" seemed to be murmuring in my ear, murmuring in harmony with the divine words in which the voice from the Mount of Olives taught forgiveness of injuries to all mankind. She was dying, dying among strangers in the pining madness of fever, and the one being of all who knew her, whose presence at her bedside might yet bring calmness to her last moments, and give her quietly and tenderly to death, was the man whom she had pitilessly deceived and dishonored, whose youth she had ruined, whose hopes she had wrecked forever. Strangely had destiny brought us together, terribly had it separated us, awfully would it now unite us again, at the end. What were my wrongs, heavy as they had been, what my sufferings, poignant as they still were, that they should stand between this dying woman, and the last hope of awakening her to the consciousness that she was going before the throne of God. The sole resource for her which human skill and human pity could now suggest, embraced the sole chance that she might still be recovered for repentance, before she was resigned to death. How did I know, but that in those ceaseless cries which had uttered my name, there spoke the last earthly anguish of the tortured spirit, calling upon me for one drop of water to cool its burning guilt, one drop from the waters of peace. I took up Mr. Bernard's letter from the floor on which it had fallen, and redirected it to my brother, simply writing on a blank place in the inside, "I have gone to soothe her last moments." Before I departed, I wrote to her father, and summoned him to her bedside. The guilt of his absence, if his heartless and hardened nature did not change towards her, would now rest with him, and not with me. I forbore from thinking how he would answer my letter, for I remembered his written words to my brother, declaring that he would accuse his daughter of having caused her mother's death, and I suspected him even then, of wishing to shift the shame of his conduct towards his unhappy wife from himself to his child. After writing this second letter, I set forth instantly for the house to which Mr. Bernard had directed me. No thought of myself, no thought, even, of the peril suggested by the ominous disclosure about Mannion, in the postscript to the surgeon's letter, ever crossed my mind. In the great stillness, in the heavenly serenity that had come to my spirit, the wasting fire of every sensation which was only of this world, seemed quenched forever. It was 11 o'clock when I arrived at the house. A slatternly, sulky woman opened the door to me. "Oh, I suppose you're another doctor," she muttered, staring at me with scowling eyes. "I wish you were the undertaker, to get her out of my house before we all catch our deaths of her. There's the other doctor coming downstairs, he'll show you the room, I won't go near it." As I took the candle from her hand, I saw that Mr. Bernard was approaching me from the stairs. "You can do no good, I am afraid," he said, "but I am glad you have come." "There is no hope, then?" "In my opinion, none. Turner came here this morning, whether she recognized him, or not, in her delirium, I cannot say, but she grew so much worse in his presence, that I insisted on his not seeing her again, except under medical permission. Just now, there is no one in the room. Are you willing to go upstairs at once?" "Does she still speak of me in her wanderings?" "Yes, as incessantly as ever." "Then I am ready to go to her bedside." "Pray believe that I feel deeply what a sacrifice you are making. Since I wrote to you, much that she has said in her delirium has told me," he hesitated, "has told me more, I am afraid, than you would wish me to have known, as a comparative stranger to you. I will only say, that secrets unconsciously disclosed on the deathbed are secrets sacred to me, as they are to all who pursue my calling, and that what I have unavoidably heard above stairs, is doubly sacred in my estimation, as affecting a near and dear relative of one of my oldest friends." He paused, and took my hand very kindly, then added, "I am sure you will think yourself rewarded for any trial to your feelings tonight, if you can only remember in years to come, that your presence quieted her in her last moments." I felt his sympathy and delicacy too strongly to thank him in words. I could only look my gratitude as he asked me to follow him upstairs. We entered the room softly. Once more, and for the last time in this world, I stood in the presence of Margaret Sherwin. Not even to see her, as I had last seen her, was such a sight of misery as to behold her now, forsaken on her deathbed, to look at her, as she lay with her head turned from me, fretfully covering and uncovering her face with the loose tresses of her long black hair, and muttering my name incessantly in her fever dream, "Basil! Basil! Basil! I'll never leave off calling for him, till he comes. Basil! Basil! Where is he? Oh, where? He is here," said the doctor, taking the candle from my hand, and holding it, so that the light fell full on my face. "Look at her and speak to her as usual, when she turns round," he whispered to me. Still she never moved, still those hoarse, fierce, quick tones, that voice, once the music that my heart beat to, now the discord that it writhed under, muttered faster and faster, "Basil! Basil! Bring him here! Bring me Basil!" "He is here," repeated Mr. Bernard loudly. Look up at him." She turned in an instant, and tore the hair back from her face. For a moment, I forced myself to look at her. For a moment, I confronted the smoldering fever in her cheeks, the glare of the bloodshot eyes, the distortion of the parched lips, the hideous clutching of the outstretched fingers at the empty air. But the agony of that sight was more than I could endure. I turned away my head, and hid my face in horror. "Compose yourself," whispered the doctor. "Now she is quiet, speak to her before she begins again, call her by her name." Her name. Could my lips utter it at such a moment as this? "Quick, quick," cried Mr. Bernard. "Try her while you have the chance." I struggled against the memories of the past, and spoke to her, God knows as gently, if not as happily, as in the bygone time. "Margaret," I said, "Margaret, you asked for me, and I have come." She tossed her arms above her head with a shrill scream, frightfully prolonged till it ended in low moanings and murmurings, then turned her face from us again, and pulled her hair over it once more. "I am afraid she is too far gone," said the doctor, "but make another trial." "Margaret," I said again, "have you forgotten me?" "Margaret." She looked at me once more. This time, her dry, dull eyes seemed to soften, and her fingers twined themselves less passionately in her hair. She began to laugh, a low, vacant, terrible laugh. "Yes, yes," she said, "I know he's come at last, I can make him do anything. Get me my bonnet and shawl, any shawl will do, but a mourning shawl is best, because we are going to the funeral of our wedding. Come, Basil. Let's go back to the church, and get unmarried again, that's what I wanted you for. We don't care about each other. Robert Mannion wants me more than you do. He's not ashamed of me because my father's a tradesman. He won't make believe that he's in love with me, and then marry me to spite the pride of his family. Come. I'll tell the clergyman to read the service backwards. That makes a marriage no marriage at all, everybody knows." As the last wild words escaped her, someone below stairs called to Mr. Bernard. He went out for a minute, then returned again, telling me that he was summoned to a case of sudden illness which he must attend without a moment's delay. "The medical man whom I found here when I first came," he said, "was sent for this evening into the country, to be consulted about an operation, I believe. But if anything happens, I shall be at your service. There is the address of the house to which I am now going." He wrote it down on a card. "You can send, if you want me. I will get back, however, as soon as possible, and see her again. She seems to be a little quieter already, and may become quieter still, if you stay longer. The night nurse is below. I will send her up as I go downstairs. Keep the room well ventilated, the windows open as they are now. Don't breathe too close to her, and you need fear no infection. Look. Her eyes are still fixed on you. This is the first time I have seen her look in the same direction for 2 minutes together. One would think she really recognized you. Wait till I come back, if you possibly can. I won't be a moment longer than I can help." He hastily left the room. I turned to the bed, and saw that she was still looking at me. She had never ceased murmuring to herself while Mr. Bernard was speaking, and she did not stop when the nurse came in. The first sight of this woman, on her entrance, sickened and shocked me. All that was naturally repulsive in her was made doubly revolting by the characteristics of the habitual drunkard, lowering and glaring at me in her purple, bloated face. To see her heavy hands shaking at the pillow, as they tried mechanically to arrange it, to see her stand, alternately leering and scowling by the bedside, an incarnate blasphemy in the sacred chamber of death, was to behold the most horrible of all mockeries, the most impious of all profanations. No loneliness in the presence of mortal agony could try me to the quick, as the sight of that foul old age of degradation and debauchery, defiling the sick room, now tried me. I determined to wait alone by the bedside till Mr. Bernard returned. With some difficulty, I made the wretched drunkard understand that she might go downstairs again, and that I would call her if she was wanted. At last, she comprehended my meaning, and slowly quitted the room. The door closed on her, and I was left alone to watch the last moments of the woman who had ruined me. As I sat down near the open window, the sounds outside in the street told of the waning of the night. There was an echo of many footsteps, a hoarse murmur of conflicting voices, now near, now afar off. The public houses were dispersing their drunken crowds, the crowds of a Saturday night. It was 12 o'clock. Through those street sounds of fierce ribaldry and ghastly mirth, the voice of the dying woman penetrated, speaking more slowly, more distinctly, more terribly than it had spoken yet. "I see him," she said, staring vacantly at me, and moving her hands slowly to and fro in the air. "I see him. But he's a long way off, he can't hear our secrets, and he does not suspect you as mother does. Don't tell me that